No wow? How's that no wow, dude? That's a wow thingy. Alright? This is Azeroth, you see? It's like a Void Lord. So yep, this is wow. I mean that. No WoW playing? No, why no WoW playing, dude? I was playing WoW till like 3:30 in the morning yesterday. Hey there, Dirks. Hey, boss, morning. Bro, we're finally doing it today. Yep. Doing some work on big commissions first, and then we're jumping into yours right away. Right away, my man. Today's the day. It's time. Time to take our Artin a little more serious. Hey, Vir. Hey, yo, my dudes. We having fun? Are we having a good day so far? What is it? Saturday today, isn't it? Damn, yeah, it is Saturday. You ready to do some Saturday Artin? Thirsty off for some Saturday Artin, huh? Modded Castle Crashers? What's that? Portrait of the best solitaire IO player in the world. Yes. Yes. That I would have never thought about that comparison. The guy we're painting right now, it is a commission. My client had an idea of a Void Lord who's like a kind of serpent-looking thingy, and they're eating a planet. But they're about to. Just the idea that they had a concept, and they wanted for me to like put it to life. So that's what we're doing, boys. That's what we're doing today. I have started this one a while ago, and the commissioner was super kind of happy about the progress, and then I just proceed to do to work on other commissions. So we actually haven't done much work on this at all for the past like month and a half. So we're coming back to it, alright? We're doing more. Not a D&D campaign boss, like so it's the end boss right now in World of Warcraft, like a Void Lord. It's a scary thing, dude. It can appear and like eat up your planet, you know. And it's not like you can fight it either. You're just leading on the planet and then it eats you up, right? So that's like a concept of another thingy like that. Not the current one from WoW, but like what if there be a new one? That's kind of what it is about, dude. That's what we're doing. Warden 1 is the depressing state again? What do you mean? They have Vulpirus, dude. They have fucking everything. I wish I had Vulpirus. Or doing better than ever with all the Vulpirus they've gotten. Did you know that, dude, statistically, after BFA, after Vulpirus were added to the game, player base for the Horde doubled. Dude, doubled. Tripled by any metrics. By some metrics, I mean. They're a little dead again. Bro, they have like a fucking democracy now. But yeah, they're now going to restore their old glory until they make a Vulpira war chief. That's just a fact, you know. It's just kind of the state of the Horde currently. You're too poor to play WoW. Why are you talking about it? Why are you like speculating on the lore? if you're not even playing it. Yeah, I don't know what they on about though. Oh, they talking about like speculations of who will die in the next expansion. And it's not even a Horde leader, it's just like a lot of. But yeah, whatever, it's. Who cares, dude? Who cares? Like this art is going to be all about rendering the spine, which I actually do not mind, which is super fun. Just trying to make it look how it would behave in space. Fix Artin. Hey, yo, morning boss. How you doing? How you doing? Hey, Yurin. Actually thinking about adding another one here, because technically it's like ramping up, so there will be like no no blanks here. Hey Finji. Hey boys, how you doing? What's up everybody? Who's ready to do some Artin today? Oh dude, it's about time. Oh, I skipped yesterday again. Skipped the whole day. I only did like maybe a few hours on this art of stream and that's all. Kinda no good. Yesterday was no good. Ready to do art on the work here? Hey, let's go boss. Let's go, it's time. Time to get creative, right? You know. Is your wife sleeping again today? Wait, well, yeah, currently yes, but it's only 1 PM, so it's too early. Breakfast with mini pizza. And mini pizza for breakfast, dude? God damn. What is this? Wait, you have a birthday today or something? Huh? That's too much, man. I'm having just coffee for breakfast, and that is perfect. Yeah, boys, we in fact have a lot of stuff planned for today, and a lot of you know, like at some point you can be doing work, but at some point you can also just, how to say that, there's like work that you do not mind doing, and there is work that is like super necessary but you fucking hate on doing. But sometimes you just need to lock in, right? And today is that day. Today is the locking in day. You gotta do thumbnails, right? You gotta do thumbnails. You also gotta do the quick commission, right? As much as I want to just like sit here, vegetate, and render this, you gotta do other stuff. You gotta push ourselves. No, dude, we're only doing a little bit on this because we need to. Yeah, we're gonna do like 1 hour and then do 2 thumbnails, or like, you know, thumbnails with the different pieces. It's gonna be a lot. Lunch and dinner only? Yeah, me too. I call lunch the breakfast anyways, because I guess it's kind of what it is. Breakfast is the first meal that you have, like it doesn't matter of the time. We haven't finished all the big commissions now, and we have like 4 more coming. 4 more, dude. 4 more. 2 of them, no, wow, too, if you care about that. So, I'm just thinking, yeah, it's fucking time to lock in, boys, right? No personal art. Personal art not allowed here. We just gotta lock in. No praying would help, dudes. It's just the hard work. Comic. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know why that is? Comic for life. Boys, you know what I'm thinking? Or rather, I'm not thinking about that, but like, my wife's making me do that, or I guess she's about to make me do that, and that's in her plans. Bro, she wants to get a pet. She wants to get a fucking. Not only I have to provide for her, I would have to provide for a pet again, for a pet as well, and that is definitely a little bit too much. Not a raccoon, but what I was going to ask you boys is for a name for that thing. She wants to get a bird, you know, like a sparrow or like a pigeon or something. A bird, alright? How would you call a bird? I was thinking about a name. I actually couldn't think of something. Bro, just a bird. Like, what, dude? They're all the same. They all have wings. Well, they all have eyes. Just same creature, but basically. It's not like they're complex and interesting and unique. Hey, Pin. No, no yet, dude. Not yet. Not in this economy. Not whenever I'm 21 years old. Birds find pretty cheap pet. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. That's low maintenance is what I like. Can I call an eagle cute? Okay, we ain't getting an eagle. We're getting a parrot. Like a small thingy, you know? Hold on. Small parrot. Images. Yeah, you're getting like this shit. This? The one with cheeks. Do they have it? With like red cheeks. This one. Right? How you call that thing? Cool pirate name. Call it Johnny. Yeah, actually, our previous landlords who were our neighbors, they used to have one dude, and he would just sit on their shoulder. That was actually hella cool. They would just like, even they would go downstairs to go to the grocery store, and it would just like sit on your shoulder and like not leave. Like they had like a 8 years old kid who would like go downstairs to get like, I don't know, like to buy Coke, and this bird would just sit on his shoulder. Imagine. Oh, what technology that is. Living bird sitting on your shoulder, kinda cool. Mr. Scarlet? Dude, imagine if it would like speak as well, because they can talk, at least some of them. It's like no guarantee that it'll be talking, but like some of them can talk, like they can pretty much copy what you're saying for the most part. Imagine if you get them to do that. World Destroyer. I don't know what to call it. A World Destroyer, bro. Do a little bit more of these. But you always keep it in mind. If you ever get like a really cool idea for it, let me know. I might be getting it soon. Well, like I really want to. Obviously, it's kind of my wife's thingy. I'm just... I don't know if you guys are like that, but I just try not to make my life any more difficult than it already is. Feels like getting a pet is making it... definitely not making it easier. It was like first time she said that, oh, we should get a pet. I'm like, oh shit. Here we go. I just got you. I'm getting another one? Most parrots are really loud, depends on the bird, but most are really loud. What the fuck is this? I've seen this, dude. First of all, what the hell is this website? Be amazed. Yeah. Read it? Yeah, I don't know what that website is. Read it. I'm not reading. Do I look like a read, bro? Captain Finley? Isn't it from Hearthstone? The fucking Murloc? Oh, dude. Whenever we started playing Hearthstone like a few months ago, beginning of the summer, I remember we were laughing a lot from a card called Bird Watching. For some reason it just like... it just sounds stupid. Bird Watching. There's like a... there's a guy just looking at birds. Maybe we call it that. We call it bird watching. Shouldn't the mouth blades have a big of highlight more like the spine? Couldn't you just maybe go ahead and draw that yourself if you feel like it, bro? Right, I don't hold a mandate on drawing Void Lords, you can go ahead and do that yourself. Cookie, yeah. Cookie does sound a little generic though, doesn't it? I feel like there's like half of the pairs out there are called cookies. Speaking about work, boys, we might get to do an art of eight separate characters. Fucking think about it, boys. Think about it. It's either 5 or 8. Even 5 is already a ton, but 8 though? Holy, and all 8 of them Furies. Right, we'll get a lot of Fury energy going. Get drunk. I think it's a group art, it just... one person. What is it? I mean, it would be like a piece like that. We still kinda haven't decided on it. Or the commissioner doesn't have like the... It doesn't have like a set idea. They just want all of their characters shown in one piece. And I'm thinking like a bar scene or something like that. You know, like a little bit of a tavern scene or like a bar scene. Like it would be like a sci-fi setting as well. Like a little bit futuristic. And I'm thinking like a fish islands kind of bar and all of them hanging out there. What are you thinking? Yeah, figuring out the composition would be a task for sure. That'd be quite something. Down at different characters are doing different things. It's like hard to think of why would they be at the same place though? You know, if that's just like a street, what keeps them at the same place? It just like, it would look a little bit kind of like not organic, you know? In the bar, it kind of makes sense why all of them like hanging out there. It can just happen even if they're... I mean, I assume they're not strangers, but they can still all just end up being at a bar. Prepping for a raid. Yeah, it's not WoW either though, by the way. Mentioning so kind of stuff like that we can come up with like clever thingies. It's that's kind of about what I have going on with work. a lot of stuff. That's why we gotta lock in, dude. We gotta start new pieces, 8 characters. All the, I'm just thinking how much time it's gonna take. It's gonna be nuts. And we still haven't done even this one yet, huh? We're really fucking taking it easy, aren't we? Unacceptable, boys. Unacceptable. Like, we just cannot afford to slack around like that anymore. 2 months, it's gonna really take a long time. And we have another one for WoW, which we're gonna do thumbnails for today. And they're just saying like, oh, you know, we gotta do this by Christmas. I'm like, sure, Christmas is a long time ahead. But now I'm just thinking, dude, things are going right now, damn, it might be like a little bit of a tight deadline. God damn, Christmas is actually not that far off. Holy. So yeah, it's not sure, boys, not sure. Yeah, Christmas, remember that? That's out there. Yeah, I remember last Christmas, like a lot of people really wanted to get like commissions before Christmas. Actually, like a lot of people. Yeah, we gotta lock in. It's fucking... Would be smart to open up quick commissions before Christmas and be like, hey boys, you can make it before Christmas. Exclamation mark. You know, that'll get a lot of people signing up. Oh yeah, and also fucking housing gonna be out by... Oh my god, dude, alright. This is too much. This is too much. How are you gonna afford to stream WoW in October if all these things and just around the corner? I don't know, but it's kinda tough. I've also figured something out when it comes to like to Artin and health, is that I've injured my wrist again while training. Just like slightly. It ain't like a big injury yet, but it's like a little bit of soreness and irritation in the wrist. And it actually started hurting while painting. So now I like came full circle and like completely... Like at this point I can conclude that wrist pain while drawing comes from my training stuff. Like 100%. I injure it in the gym and then it kinda gets worse at drawing. It's not the other way around. Like it seems like my wrist doesn't hurt just by drawing itself. It's always something else. Which is that's a discovery for sure. Because I thought it's kind of like it's both. I thought that those are like not related, those are just separate kind of thingies that I gotta take care of. And it turns out it ain't. Whenever I fellow got injured on his right hand, did they do Olympic weightlifting too and they just didn't bother warming up for heavy doubles or a snatch? Or what? I had just a terrible day at the gym, like at the start of this week. And yeah. Looks quite bad. What did they, like, did it just come off? Did it like detach itself, like the hand? Did they lose it? If you guys ever lost your right hand, would you retrain to draw on your left hand? Or would you just give up? I feel like it'll be kind of fucking tough though, mentally. Imagine using no shortcuts. That's gonna be fucking boring. It's kind of over this at that point. But I guess what kind of... You wouldn't have any Any choices, right? If you're doing it for living. Draw with your toes. I don't know about that. I don't know about your toes. We only have 20 chill minutes left on this beautiful art, and then we're off to doing some hardcore thingies. We have to do thumbnails and then starting a new quick commission. Or it's always just way harder to start something new than just like render what we have already. You know, I ain't postponing it that much for no reason. It's just like, it's because it's just tough. You're gonna do well though. You gotta believe. Wait, you gotta get a new chair too. This is really tough. This bad boy ain't giving me easy time sitting on it. How much are chairs nowadays? Is it an expensive thing? I need like a chair that is like not as fucking disgusting as this one. A gaming chair? I wouldn't mind a gaming chair. I've never had it, but they're probably expensive, aren't they? They cost money. Hey, Kristen. Hey, how you doing, boss? Welcome in. Good morning to you too, friend. Just doing some small little details here. Just kind of like trying to spice it up, because that's like kind of his tail. And I guess the idea, the concept is like his tail is endless. Just playing with the idea of just space in general and kind of going into those little, I don't know, creepy swirly shapes. Kind of like webs or rib cage or like some kind of these like roots. These kind of thingies amongst the stars. No bad. Yeah. I fucking love abstract backgrounds like this. You just fiddle around with shapes and ideas and like no perspective to obey to, no structure, nothing. You just whatever looks good, dude. I feel like this is quite good. Quite good rendering compared to the previous update, so client's gonna be happy. Happy. And actually, I don't think this art is that far off from us being done with it. I think if they're happy with this update, then we just gotta do, I don't know, maybe like 7-ish more hours and we kind of good on this or something. Yeah, I feel like if we lock in, we can get over with this quite fast. Just what do you want? Office chair is very comfy. How much are you looking at, Urst? Like on average, like can I get a comfy chair? Like how much? How much, dude? Don't forget the expensive on the bird for the wife, right? And things like that. 130 euros. Oh, that doesn't sound too bad, actually. So we have our priorities. Listen, we gotta get a bird, and then we also saving up money for tattoos as well, as we gone quite a long way about that. Yeah, but the my butt getting sort of sitting on this is kind of like top priority at this point. What height do you have? You asking Urged or me? Local show says if they have faulty units that are still good, so cheap. Local shops, they have faulty units, but they're faulty though, right? They like lack a leg or something. Or they smell bad. By getting a bird, my wife wants a bird, dude. Why would a man ever get a bird? Because his wife wants. She wants to get a sparrow. Small hole in the mesh. Hey, who doesn't like a small hole there? Okay. Some extra. Extra pleasure if you ever need it in the breaks of the stream. Small hole can be quite a handy solution to unwind after a long working day. Yeah, I'll look into it. Thank you, boys. Thank you. Yeah, but listen, dude, it's not all that bad. I actually wouldn't mind a bird myself. I've never had a bird. In fact, I've never had a pet. Ever. Any creature, I've never had a pet, so I think it's time, boys. What is this fucking 10 million character links? That's indeed a chair, man. I'm not like a chair expert, but that's one of them. What if I do like extra fingers, like extra kind of metal plate for them or something? Hello, Celeria. Hey, what's up, boss? How you doing? How you doing? Like this. Remember to clean them? Dude, I ain't fucking cleaning anything. Oh, you mean the bird? She'll take care of it. I ain't cleaning anything, man. Bird with red cheeks screams a lot. I have two of them. Oh, seriously? They scream a lot? But you can turn them off, right? You just put like a... Put them on the stove. Oh, no, not on the stove. You just put a... I don't know, like a sheet on top of them, and they just shut up if it's dark, right? They decided to scream, they will. Yeah, they're gonna be kept in a different room though. They're not gonna be in this streaming room, so I don't think it'll be too bad. Oh. Oh. Cook them? If you cook, yeah. If you cook them, that ain't gonna scream. Yeah, I think they'll be fine. I'll be fine. Blaming them a lot so they can tire up and shut up? Dude, now I'm fucking responsible to be playing with my birds, right? Like, what is this? So imagine you like wake up, you gotta do all those things. You know, make art, make money, do this, do that, go to the gym, you know, take care of yourself, and then like another responsibility is to play with birds so they're tired so they can allow you to sleep. What the hell? How about they just oh yeah, I also have to grind. Wow. Just think about it. Birds would be my last priority, man. Yeah, but fairly speaking though, my wife told me that she'll take full care of me and I wouldn't have to carry a single thing. She also said that it's pretty much fucking free. Like the food for them is just pretty much just costs nothing, and it's also like they're super low maintenance, and she'll do that. So I'm kind of fine with. They got scammed. Mine are wild. They never been fed by human. So they hate everything basic, even though you let them on their main room flying, etc. They have shit ton of energy. I don't know, bro. Yours is just broken. Maybe like send them in service center so they can like patch them up and like fix them or something. Maybe they haven't been updated in a while. Purge excess of software. Happens, dude, happens. Aren't you, did you get them whenever they're young? You're supposed to get them whenever they're like just a, like a baby pretty much, and then you train them yourself. Traumatized by other human that had them before. Oh yeah, I mean that's I guess your issue. You should have not gotten them. Just let them go, dude. Like actually just let them free. Set them free on the balcony. You know, tell them if they're going to be a bitch, then just fucking go. That's what I actually think, dude. If I ever had like maybe that's why I've never had a pet, but I'm thinking if I'm having like a dog and it's being a bitch to me, it's like biting me or like barking loud, I would just like set it free. I'm like, alright, you misbehaving, go. It's your time, buddy. Go. It's freedom outside, just fucking step out. They want them to get killed and eaten by cats. I mean, dude, that's just nature at this point. If they don't want to exist in your little society, in your little apartment, then they're up for the natural selection. Then also, don't make a don't make the cat a villain here. Cats are also nice. If they get to eat extra, good. Good. These birds live in a super fat mass of birds. If one or two, they wouldn't even know how to eat. What? What? What are you saying, bro? What does that mean? Yeah, actually back hurts sitting on this chair. Kinda more than usual. Anyways, I'm gonna go for a small break, get a stretch and stuff. And then we come back and we do thumbnails like what you're seeing right now on the screen. Right, be right back. Alright, boys. Vector. Let me see. So we gotta do some thumbnails. Let me actually look up the art. Oh damn, I actually, what is it? Yeah, 3 days ago I promised them to deliver some thumbnails and I still haven't. This is this character and this concept. Okay, so we have a Blood Elf. And Night Elf actually, what am I seeing? Armor reference. Gallery. Yeah, it's like a Night Elf warrior. Is what we have. Right, let me just gather all the references real quick, and we'll get to it. Because I thought it was a Demon Hunter, but it's actually a warrior. Right, but so you gotta do a Night Elf warrior facing off against like a ghostly creature that is big. That's a thumbnail that you gotta do. What are you thinking? Let me just save this one first. That's good for an update. New. Did I mention anything about resolution or anything? It didn't, so I think it'll be fine. Alright, let's start on it then. Beautiful. Right. So the first one, the one that I kind of imagined right away, is there's this ghostly creature that would be kind of there. It'd be like a little bit off in the distance. Would be a little bit of the environment there. And the main character would be kind of like right here. We kind of like half turn, because you know what's so difficult about like painting duels or painting like characters fighting and stuff is just to paint kind of both of them face to face, or like to showcase kind of both of the characters, because they should be like facing each other. So yes, how you doing, boss? Hey, Kadron. Lurk while you Genshin. Oh damn, dude. You know, with thumbnails, they're always so intimidating, but like just as you start working, it kind of like it gets easier. Because like once you do one thumbnail, which you usually always have just like one idea for a piece, then what you can do is you can just like flip the camera around, flip like a little bit of the setting on this one, and immediately you will be ready for like a next thumbnail, right? Because it's just like zone with this ghostly creature, whatever he's finding, and he's like coming up to it or something. Right. And so what I'm thinking is that once I already have this, I can just like imagine that I rotate the camera and kind of have it just be from a different angle. Or we can do a little bit of a like in-fighting scene, let's say. With also him being... It's like the same. Does he have a cape? Check. Horse. Oh, horse. Nice. Cape can be a really good thing. This is going to be... This is him like getting ready to face off the ghost creature, and this is him like actually close combat, kind of fighting it. again, it's the most important part is to get both of the faces there, and not only character facing the camera with its back. Which I guess what's the most important thing. So they gotta be like half turned, which is a little awkward, but it can work. You can do it. Right, now kind of comes the part where I'm not really sure. Like, I'm not really sure what would serve well for this. And this is where I think like actual the most benefit of thumbnails come in is whenever you actually start to come up with ideas people while you have kind of lack of them. So this is facing off. This is in the distance. Maybe we can do another face off, but like at a different kind of. Yeah, we kind of have character half turn. What if we have the character more facing us and it would be the creature that is half turned? How about that? Anyway, look at the creature. You guys want to see? I like how the screenshot is just kind of like dancing like this. Yeah, but actually a pretty cool concept. It looks a little goofy in the game, especially with like wow, fucking very thick clothes and everything. But it is actually pretty cool. Like it's a ghost with like, yeah, I really like this. How would we have it like half turn like this? It's because it's gotta be like way bigger than the character now. It can be, guys, going to be like this, and this stuff gonna be like kind of kind of at the edges of the canvas, I guess, like hovering over him or something. Also show how like it's much bigger than him. That ain't that much bigger now. It's supposed to be like much bigger. Also, you know, when it comes to these thumbnails, we like speedballing ideas. And even if, like, let's say you do one of these and you don't like the composition, right? Or like it's not like your favorite out of all of these, it's still, like, to me, it's still fine to like include it and set it to the client because, you know, we want to provide options for them, even though we might kind of realize that, you know, none of them are like super golden good and everything, but it's still nice to just provide options even if they're not the best. That's how I treat it, at least. Kind of do like the idea of him like being more faced towards us, but this one does look a little awkward then. Maybe we want to do this, but also like flip it as well. It might be like just way smaller. It's way off in the distance. I don't know if they would want their character to be like that far off in a distance, but... Oh, why are we talking about me in the third person? You can like ask me directly, do you know that? This would be good storytelling wise though. We actually kind of dig this right now. So we're kind of looking at him approaching from the face of the monster, and then maybe we can have this one, but like flipped, right? Actually, take the same one. Yeah, they gotta be like kind of both half turning, that's right. Gonna trying to come up with like movement therapies and just in general kind of the idea for them, and I'll detail these a little more as I'm kind of like done speedballing ideas. I think this is, I don't know if you can tell anything, but this is pretty much supposed to be the same but like different camera view. If this, in this one, we have our character kind of like half turned to us, and this is facing us, and here is like character facing us, and the creature is half turned to us. As you can see, it's like one idea, but like different thumbnail, different interpretation, and like obviously art's gonna look much different. So that's just like one of the examples of how you can like not have a new idea, but you can come up with a different thumbnail, different version of the art. And I feel like this is like super cool for commissioners, you know, like whenever you sometimes I send them like 5-6 different thumbnails for their like one art idea, and it's all based on just like, you know, you can just rotate the camera a little bit, and then they get a lot more options on like what to choose from and stuff, and it's very good. At least I think it is, right? I feel like it makes them feel like they're working with more of a professional artist, and also just way better kind of like experience of like getting more choices and shit. And that's the thing, like it doesn't require for you to have like a new idea for this. It just draw like a different angle, right? It's not that it's not that much. Actually, now that you look at them, it's kind of, they're both like the one and the third one are the mirrors of each other, and second and the fourth are also the same, but just like from different angle, from different point of view. Which I don't have any more ideas. Like, do you boys have any more ideas of like how to frame two people fighting, I guess, or two characters fighting? Well, I don't know. Just You look at superhero movies for inspiration? Oh, damn. That's actually, that's a good idea to look up for references for these. I don't know why. I've actually never done that, dude. When it comes to thumbnails, I'm just always trying to, like, come up with those myself. But, like, what is there even possibly there that you can, like, how can you come up with a new point of view? That it, you know, it's also, like, something that sometimes they do in movies, like, you wouldn't be able to replicate it as a 2D illustration, right? It just wouldn't work. Yeah, for sure. Actually, that is like super good for movies because sometimes they have like very kind of like um they called horizontal, like very kind of narrow shots, and it's actually kind of neat. You wouldn't think of doing that. Hey, absurd. Hey, yo, how you doing? You're doing well. Just coming up with thumbnails for a future commission. That's all. Trying to get it started. Just getting some ideas going. Trying to make it readable and presentable for the commissioner. That's all. You gotta do a lot of thumbnails today, so just decided to jump into it and get started. I usually have like, I might have like a rough idea where I want to go with these, but it's usually just kind of coming in, getting it raw, you know, not having like a direct kind of solution, just trying to figure it out as I go. I actually like that approach so much, It's kind of carefree, sort of allows me not to stress about it beforehand. You know, so like even tactics like that said, and you know, you like look out for frames in movies and stuff like that on some websites. It's nice. It's like it's definitely be good to do that, but it also goes against this carefree mentality of just, you know, coming in and trying to figure it out. Yeah, we're doing Clip Stadium.
think he's more like kind of like crawling, not crawling, but like a little bit hunched over and facing this guy. I guess I just think not as much of being turned around. It's more like facing him. Hmm. And that can be fine. It's not gonna be turned away from us. That's kind of do look like soda. Let me actually just start over on this. I want to take this one. Just make it a little less dynamic. Yeah. Sort of like that. Alright, let's see. Sometimes in thumbnails, this like goes a long way to make it a little more presentable. Like show a little bit of that atmospheric perspective for stuff like that. Yeah, how the initial contrast go, I guess. Just a little bit. Come to think about it, I've done so many of these over the last just half a year. I haven't been doing that much thumbnails before that. It came such a long way. Like I actually have like a streamlined process on these right now. It ain't that bad, you know. You look at these, they might look like crap, but they actually do a lot. It actually helps a lot to like figure out what I want to paint for this scene. I think these are quite readable. I also provide like just a bunch of verbal explanation too, so they would kind of make sense. I think if you were given these without having zero clue and like zero explanation, you wouldn't understand what's going on. But with some explanations, these would do. These would do. So yeah, I think it's That's about it for this. Let me save this. For me though, funnels have never worked. That's how it used to be for me as well. But I've changed that around. I do those only for commissions though. But I find it's it's a really good practice. Like doing a bunch of these, you just kind of you get better with a bit. Like you improve on your ability of coming up with ideas whenever you out of ideas, you know. But yeah, for personal art, I also don't do that. I just kind of like get this passive benefit of just getting better at these, like coming up with compositions. Right, now let's get on to another one. Give me a second. Let me just do grab a couple of references for the future one. We're gonna be doing thumbnail for a person who has commissioned me so many times already. So I've done a bunch of art for them. But they made such a fucking banger outfit though for their character, and wow, it's actually crazy. Did he? Maybe her sitting with roses falling around her, but feeling with something more than that. So it seemed like this is gonna be like a little bit more of a close-up, a little bit less of a stressful composition art. Falling fell fire and petals mixing with it. Okay. I have kind of rough ideas for it. So the art that I've done for them, a couple of recent pieces. So I did this for them. We're gonna be painting the same character too right now. There was this art. Actually, it's pretty nice art. Now looking back at it, it took me fucking ages to paint though. This was a really good one. And then there was another one that this was also for them. Ta-da! Yep. Another art. The same guy. A river? What do you mean? What do you mean no mood to draw lately? What are we doing now? I mean, dude, works, right? You would always prefer to just chill rather than work. Yeah, but what the hell is this, bro? You're like you're forcing and say, oh, it feels like this art's coming out it's forced, dude. No, it's fine. It's fine. We gotta look in though. Today's the time, dude. They've been putting things out for a little too much. Alright, so we have our character
either sitting and chilling or kind of a little bit more dynamic pose. No, dude, not really. Not forcing myself much. I mean, arting in general is like very, very naturally easy to me. Like, I don't have to force myself to do art. It's just um, you gotta force myself to stream, that's for sure, and also sometimes just kind of like working on commissions. If it feels like it's too much, it's kind of like difficult to get myself to do it because, you know, the task ahead is so overwhelming that it's just you just don't feel like it, you know. It feels like any kind of progress that you might make is insignificant. But I'm like very, very used to like getting over it now. Yeah, the arting itself is pretty nice. Just all the time. Actually, I really wouldn't like this to go through, like this sitting pose. I think I need to like think more on these. So like the commissioner wants either like something more dynamic or something more chill. Like I guess like the first idea that they propose is just like the chill one, and then a little bit more dynamic one. But I'm just looking at the reference and I'm just kind of like copying the pose that they sent. I don't know how I like to do things. Let's grab this actually. Let's start with dynamic one and then we'll do extra. Anime Girls Big Commission. Yeah, why not?
Hey, Legume. Yo, what's up, boss? We're doing thumbnails. Today is the day we're doing some thumbnails, dude. Character design is super cool. Or like the outfit that they have, like I can do so much with it. It's just a matter of coming up with the clothes that and the composition for the problem is with these is that it always feels like just so little for like a big illustration. To just do like a close-up of a character, I don't know. Just read kind of what they sent me again. Feels like this is kind of even like more challenging than like a more ambitious kind of mission idea. Well, let's not settle on anything uh, not dynamic, though, is what I'm thinking. Yeah, these are so far kind of rough to explain. But as I'm gonna like do more on them, it's gonna kind of come clear. I'm just trying to like spitball different ideas of what I can do here. It's enough that I understand them. Now that's enough. Dude. Just turn on. Yes, dude. I'm sorry, man. No ligma today. I gotta pump. We gotta make this happen. God damn, the wind outside. Jesus. Right, this is kind of like a little more rough than I thought it would be. Bellfire and petals mixing vivid. Spitting on the screen. Yeah, this is. I do like the idea. I just need to like come up with movement or kind of like the thing for it.
Yeah, so to explain just a little bit, they have like it's a warlock, female warlock character, and they have a lot of like green fell fire um in their design, and they want like, I assume, like rose petals and stuff like that, kind of like to mix in with the fire, or like to become fire at some point. Like it's kind of like this character, and I don't have like a good example for what they want with petals, but I feel like I understand them very well. So to be like just a bunch of shapes kind of like coming one way and then turning into fire, and it's like when it comes to for idea for a piece, it's like super solid and also just like just enough, you know, for a cool art. But you gotta come up with a good pose for it, good composition. So for example, there was an art, was it this year that I did it? Must have been, oh no, was it last year? Yeah, you know, like this art. Imagine it being somewhat like this, but just a little more dynamic and different, but basically just kind of like some shapes floating around, and that's all. That being like the main focus of the art. Is what we're thinking. But it's just also gonna divide the art like petals on one. Wait, was it gonna be fire into petals? Fire and petals mixing together. Okay. Also, they have like cloak that has like fire kind of going off of it. So I'm thinking two things mixing. Okay, so these three. What other ones? Let me see, do I have any? Maybe I have some references that I would like to use. I sometimes like to just kind of look for the collection of the saved references that I have, and then maybe one of them would inspire me. Actually, this one doesn't look too bad. A little bit of a top-down view.
That's good. Let me just now I gotta refine these and kind of make them. I'm gonna try to sell each individual one of these. It's gonna be more of like a splash art piece. You just like focus on the character and the magic and kind of details rather than like expensive composition and stuff going on. Which I like. I like that I have a mix of both of these kind of commissions. Hello, Ankasa. Yeah, what's up, boss? What you doing? Yeah, good news for your friend. You probably weren't tripping anybody, guilt tripping anybody to begin with. But right now, I guess we can, at least we can blame you for not working. Why you not working, huh? Hmm? Explain. Well, Artin just not digital. Did you not know that not digital is not real art though? You must have forgotten that. Let me see, what did I even have planned for this one? Claw going up here. It is here. Philosophy on digital versus analog. And what's the philosophy? I kinda like how face forward this is. We already have one like this on the fourth one. Right, let me maybe look for some other references too. What do I have here? What do I have here? Sometimes I'm like amazed at how creative people with their compositions, and it seems like I'm just so uncreative. Maybe it fucking starts with just looking for references and doing commissions. It's almost like it strips you of like potential creativity even. Yeah, maybe let's not look for references. How can I come up with something creative? A little bit of a back pose like this. Once art is digital, made from pixels, there is a distance between the viewer, consumer, and the artist. Even though I'm a digital artist, I believe you trade a part of art's soul when it's seen through a screen. Yeah, dude, you're wrong. I'm sorry, that's just not true. You gotta rethink your philosophy, friend. I'm sorry. Also, make sure to apologize to all the digital artists for saying that. You offended all the digital artists in the chat. They are in tears right now, and I'm barely holding mine. Right? They thought it was a traditional art safe space, and you came in here and just insulted everybody. Right? They weren't ready for it. You see the safe space in the title of the stream, right? You betrayed that. Yeah, thinking this ain't that bad. Niche group. I feel like digital art must be way more popular than traditional art. I don't know, who does traditional nowadays? But jokes aside, I swear I feel like traditional is mostly, alright, mostly for people who don't know like what real art is. It's kind of like people who think that sports is like bodybuilding in the gym, you know, or stuff like that. Oh. Oh. You will think esports is a sport. I think it's a sport. It's just a very degenerate sport. But aren't there other degenerate sports? Like chess, for example. That's pretty much esports of the past. Right, if you have chess, you might as well have fucking tournaments for WoW and stuff like that. Motorsports is also. Yeah. I mean, sport is just competition in like some kind of a skill, right? There, esports also there. That's the thing though. Digital art is a sport. Traditional art, that's play. It's kind of like if you see kids just you know, playing football, you wouldn't call that a sport. They're just playing, right? They're just children. They're just having fun. Or like if they're running around, you wouldn't call it like a fucking, I don't know what it's called. Do people run the Olympics or something? Maybe. You wouldn't call it basically a competition. That's the same, right? If you just see people playing with markers and things like that, and they're like, oh, look at me painting. Doesn't mean it's a sport, right? Hey, Nuclear. Hey, I'm just thumbnailing, boss. Thumbnailing for new commissions. Traditional artists do it for the game, and digital artists do it for the monies. Not necessarily, dude, but I mean, digital art is definitely more monetizable. And you know why? Because it's just because it's like that, dude. That's just life, yeah. Also, traditional is just easy, you know. That's why it's like so um, appealing for people. It's just easier. It's not easy. It's easier than digital. In Nuclear, we already did this today. Just a bunch more thumbnails. Now we do these. Both are easy. What the hell? You an accomplished world revered artist, Ankosa? It's all that art's easy? I wouldn't say art's easy. I would say it's pretty rough. But it's just traditional is easier. You know what? I'm gonna say about traditional in general. It allows you to like to trick yourself into thinking that you're an artist. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Just because it's like it's more physical and it's also like mainstream how people kind of like understand artists or like picture artists in films with all those tools with paints, so you get like a little bit of like you can lie to yourself that you're an artist. Not saying you do that, by the way. Like if you do mostly digital and you just like play around with traditional, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying like people who only do, let's say, traditional, and then it's like, dude, I've met so many people like that. God fucking damn. You've been that place outside, right? Outside. They're out there, dude. I've met them. Strange idea I've never heard before. No, but it's real. People just like buy paints, they buy all the tools, they play around with them when they think they're an artist. They tell you, I do art.
No, dude, you're just playing, right? You're just like a child playing with Legos. I'm sorry. Normies and art snobs both value traditional art over digital. By art snobs, you mean like also normies or who? I don't know who values traditional art over digital if like uh video game industry, that's like probably the biggest thing in art is all in digital. You know what I mean? Historian and art experts. Okay, I don't know if you even want to listen to those people, dude. First of all, I'm not even sure like what kind of group of people those are. Art experts. What is an art expert? Am I not an art expert, dude? I feel like I am quite an expert. I've been on For Affinity for a while, man. I feel like my level of expertise is like fucking unmatched. You know how many bare gay porn I've seen out there? Too much, dude. Too much not to be an expert at this point. Students, but art experts are those who value a piece because a famous guy made it. Oh yeah, so like, what are we talking about then? Sounds biased. Uh, I'm not saying it's like. I mean, yeah, not. It's not surprising that you think that, but it's also like not how to say not applicable to everybody. Um, is that how to say that, bro? First of all, let me go for a break. I want to pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play the time lapse for this one because there is not much time lapse to play on the other arts. Be right back. Right, I'm back. I guess if you're still here, boss. So let me just like kind of explain what I meant by that. So it's like just imagine this: if you are a beginner in traditional art, you paint like let's say you pick up watercolor and you just like you literally just started doing it, and you painting something you have fucking no clue what you're doing. But just because of the paper, the feel, the texture, the paints, right? They're gonna have character to them. They're gonna look like a beginner's art, but they're gonna be charming, right? They're gonna be nice. And if you're a beginner with digital art, you pick it up and you start just like using like a normal like fucking 1 pixel brush or whatever, just completely beginner, right? You just launched Photoshop for the first time. It's gonna look rancid. It's gonna be the worst thing you've seen in your life. Even like kids' paintings in Photoshop, they look cursed, right? It's like the beginner art looks terrible. The worst thing out. It looks digital. It looks like I don't know, like a calculator. Like I don't know how to say it. It looks really bad. And basically, for it to look even somewhat like artistically pleasing in digital, it's you already gotta be like an intermediate level. Meanwhile, in traditional, you get this like reinforce. You get this like feeling that it's looking good, that it's something like artsy, like right away. And if you even look at like kind of like the skill levels and things that people even consider being like good at in art, bro, in traditional art, in fine arts, like fucking doing this, like if you just like copy something from real life, that's like peak, you know, paint the person who's sitting in front of you. And yeah, I get like it's kind of more challenging than painting from a photo, but bro, that's peak. Like this, that's literally what they do. That's you know, or like go outside and paint a plain air, right? Like just like copy what you see when it comes to like environment. That's fucking peak traditional art. And when it comes to digital, doing like a a copy of something, that's beginner stuff. Even if you do paints just something simple from imagination, like nobody's gonna be impressed by that. People get impressed by like actual like expressing of like something artistic, something that like was done before, something unique, right? Something cool. So you see how like in traditional you just playing with tools and you get rewarded for it. Not only can you call yourself an artist, even other people call you an artist. It's more charming because there is a present soul. Bro, what is a soul? That is like you introducing some concepts that are not even defined, and like, hey Dovir, what was that smell? And the attitude black. They were though they were those athletic sleeve gloves. Athletic sleeve gloves? No, not really. Nothing like that. Oh, Haiti. Yeah, dude, those are tattoos. Digital beginning can also buy download all sorts of fancy brushes and tools to make something dumb and easy. That doesn't work. Something like it doesn't look dumb and easy. It looks rancid, dude. It never looks good. And I feel like it's this like combination of skill gaps and also, dude, even think about it. Do you like know people like we're not talking about like kind of top of the industry revered artists and stuff like that, or like old masters. We're not talking about those people because that's obviously art, right? We're talking about just your average Joe painting. I've met so many people who do traditional art, and for them, like they don't even get to studying fundamentals for years, and they can call themselves an artist. And that's the thing, other people can call them an artist too. They don't even get to like Okay, so I'm gonna give you like an example that I feel like will drive my point across very easily. So to be a writer, you need to know a language to write in. Like the art of writing comes in like mastery of the language and like the way you express it, right? The way you express your ideas via language. That's writing. Imagine if you don't know any letters or you don't speak a language. You just like moan and you make sounds. And then you call yourself a writer because you just like that's kind of like what you produce. So that's the thing. You don't even know the rules of the game, yet you're like pretending to play it. You know, I feel like the art part of art comes whenever you already like you know the fundamentals, you know the language, and then you like express yourself, or like express the ideas that you got. Is traditional is easier than digital debate? I mean, yeah, we're just talking with Uncle, so when it comes like stuff about traditional, I'm just like giving my kind of thoughts on it. In general, like I'm thinking that traditional is just it can be deceiving that it's like that you're doing art meanwhile you're just like playing Legos as a kid. Which point you're making because I've never seen beginner traditional artists make something I didn't think was absolute garbage. Uh, well, for you, yes, but like other people, like they themselves and other people would perceive it as art, you know? You wouldn't be deceived by it because you kind of you know what like what art is about. Art subject. That's the thing. Like I don't think it's that subjective. I think it like it gets subject. How to say that? It's like again example with writing. Like writing is also subjective, but like after a certain point, like if you just illiterate, you cannot write, you cannot type, you cannot even like properly um, make a sentence. It ain't subjective at that point. At that point, you're just trolling, right? You're just like, no, that's not serious, right? Nobody considers that a writing. That's kind of the same there. Hey, Mirkala. What's up, boss? Digital is next time for digital media, in my opinion, but people prefer which medium they want to express themselves then. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't. Guy who painted in Windows Paint and it's amazing. Dude, it's... Don't tell us you've been fooled by that stuff. Art's expressions, some are better, getting their point across, others are worse. I don't think you even like capable of driving anything across until you're someone good. Like it's already okay. It's not already kind of not about digital versus traditional though. We're talking about this. I mean that's true too, Amir. Like it's not for everybody, right? Like that's kind of the one people would find it really good, other people would kind of find it mid, other would not even look at it, you know. That's normal. People who aren't in the art game can tell it's garbage because they're not in it. Same goes forever. Yeah. Like, mm, But they're like, you can be like traditional artist for a long time and just like not even realize you're like you be it quote unquote traditional artist, but you're sort of still not in the game though. Because it's like very deceiving against once I said what I've said earlier. You can kind of get away with thinking that you're Artin. Most people just want that wow looks amazing feel. No, dude, I think it's like they want to put a badge on themselves. Okay, I'm like talking, it might not be fair because like I'm picturing like certain people that I've met in my life who are just like, it's almost like, it's not like they even want to draw necessarily, they want to be like, to feel like they're an artist, whatever it means for them, and like, being perceived as an artist. And I feel like traditional art does it so fucking well. You get this illusion of like, that you're, you know, doing art, but again, if you don't know the language, you don't know how, you know, you're not a writer, even if you're typing stuff out. But digital doesn't allow you to do that. At least I don't think it does. Bro, my first like half year doing digital, god damn, that was rancid. That was terrible. Yeah, I think like this is kind of enough for these thumbnails. I like traditional paintings more because they're made in the real world. Digital painting went from numbers and pixels on the screen, it's data. With this, I don't think it really matters. It's just a medium. You do, I think both are good. I'm not saying it's bad though. I'm just saying, you know, kind of stuff that I don't like about it. If anything, you can like flip it around and say that it's an advantage that it's like, you know, digital has like more of how you call that? Bigger barrier to entry, I would say. And also just it doesn't feel as nice. And I also feel like it's way more kind of isolating, even though technically like you can be also painting alone with traditional art. I feel like still traditional art kind of helps you. It gives you like more IRL opportunities and shit like that, way more than digital. Bro, digital is like you cannot even like how to say that, orchestrate like painting with somebody. Bro, I have my fucking two monitor PC, keyboard, and tablet set up. Like, how do you put another person in this room? It's impossible, right? Traditional though, way more social. Picasso kind of pointed out a truth. He tried to unlearn his skills and be more childlike and pure in his self-expression. Alright. I don't really know what that means. Also, it's like, why would you think that it's like, that it's right what he was doing? Why wasn't it like just a personal thing to him? Right, boys. Time to start on a quick commission. As I said, we're doing a lot today, boys. We're doing thumbnails, we did progress on this art. Now we're starting a quick commission. Let me grab references for it. Finally, we're doing it. We've been postponing this one for a few days at this point. Enough. personal thing, but artists have insecurity on their self-expression. Insecurity on their self-expression? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, bro. Yeah, also, just to be clear, boys, I'm also like not like I'm just kind of wasting out my opinion, but I don't really like I don't really care to like convince you. Well, I'm not thinking that you're just I'm more right than you are. Just you know, if uh, if you think or if you think something else, if you don't subscribe to my opinion, if you don't agree with me, great. You know, it's be more than happy to just disagree and. No, I think I've had a reference and I lost it. It was the one that I really wanted to use for this art. Surely I did put it somewhere. Here. Just thinking, where could have I put it? Maybe I sent it to myself in DMs. No, I didn't. Yeah, I must have just slapped it in pure file and closed it. Oh, there it is. Nice. Alright, it's not right or wrong, it's just perspective of being. Dude, I don't like that, honestly. Maybe it's just kind of my own just little desire to like make things put things in perspective for myself to make them easier to understand or something, but I really just I would love for there to be like a rule set or something. That's kind of why I like digital and like in general art that people do and post online, because like you can sort of look at someone else's art and then they can look at yours as well and then just like determine if they're like better or worse. You can determine their like skill levels and stuff like that. It's almost like everybody on the scale of like how good they are. You know what I mean? And it's just like I like that so much more than these like all art is subject. I mean it like it is and it isn't at the same time, depends on where you look, right? And this like could take a huge shit and call it art. I mean, not really. Like I don't agree with that. It's feel the same about that, but all we can do is accept the stupidity of our discussions in general and just do our own thing. I mean, yeah, that's what we're doing though, but it doesn't mean that you wouldn't have your own kind of like opinion on it. Even if other people disagree, and even if it would be impossible to, you know, make all the people agree with you. Question is, how do I make a perfect circle in Clip Studio? Because can I do that? Pretty sure there's supposed to be window subtool. Oh. Perfect. Awesome. No, it's a quick commission today. The one I've been putting off for a couple of days. It ain't a WoW piece again. Again, we're doing ain't WoW piece. Showing others a different way. Having perspective is the main point of sharing art, showing others a different way to look at things. You know what I just realized? Maybe I just confused kind of like a few things, and I'm like wrong in my interpretation of them. Like maybe what I mean is painting and like an art. Um, maybe what I'm trying to what I'm talking about is painting. It's not necessarily just art in general, because art is such a broad term. Like yeah, as you mentioned, like people consider all kind of things art, or like cooking is art, like writing is art, all those things, right? But it's like what I'm primarily talking about is just, I guess, like painting. Yeah, Dirk, so we have started on the piece for you, by the way. This one is it. Decided to go with the forest area. Just kind of getting the base down for now. I try to lean into like the horror-ish aesthetic. Yep.
to look for a reference in the lighting, how it would work here. Because it'd be quite contrasty. Dude, what the hell is this? Can I even show this? I think I can. I just opened Pinterest. Look at the first one. Roger, just look at the first image. The first recommend. Like, what are we doing here? At least it ain't AI, alright? Mm-hmm. Ooh. For some reason, I'm picturing him with his hands in his pockets. Like, I've never actually painted anybody with their hands in their pockets, but for some reason I imagine him kind of being like that. So quite interesting. So like, as I'm kind of seeing in the reference, it's almost like everything's gonna be like pitch black aside from the kind of like the lighting area.
Oh yeah, I'm just by default recording all the speed paints, like all the yeah. Clip Studio is recording all of that by default, so if you want that, I'll send it over. Bigfoot video. Before I get the light for him, let me just do local colors. But Under, what you up to, friend? How you doing? The gaming? Chilling, playing WoW on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. Or the Leonard? Don't know, dude, don't know. Supposed to be here? Jabberwock? What's that? What's a Jabberwock? Actually quite fun to like figure out this lighting setup.
Kind of interesting to just think that everything is just darkness and you only see the area that is being like in this cone of light. You literally don't see anything else. And if things are like overlapped, then you wouldn't see the things behind them because like there would be like no light there, pretty much. It's kind of fun to imagine, but I'm definitely gonna like do something else in the shadow outside of this beam of light. But still, it's pretty interesting to think of. And like the idea of him just like being caught like this, just walking. That's like the creepy part, that he wasn't like, is what I imagine, right? That he's not like sneaking in you, but he was just walking there. Yeah, that too for sure. So I was planning on being there. That's why I did the just face not being fully lit, just because you can always have like the eyes in shadow. What would Mark Burnett do? Yeah, he'll be right there. Imachi. It is Dirk's character. More furries, not this time around, but in general, yeah. Hello, karate. More furries indeed. Dude, to be honest, I don't know if I want to admit this or not, but this like taking up a few non-WoW commissions has been like a very nice treat for me. And it's like I do really enjoy painting all the WoW stuff, but like it's sort of like I kind of even forgot like what things I'm missing out on. All kind of like different realistic settings or you know scenarios that like I never get to paint just because it's like a WoW scene. It's kind of a lot there, if you believe it or not. I think other fantasy settings would suffer the same stuff. I feel like WoW kind of contains a lot of fantasy. I don't know how to say that, like just like a kind of material for fantasy stuff within itself. Well, it does really like something more realistic. Would you say it's refreshing? I would definitely say so. And surprisingly refreshing too. That's kind of what I haven't thought of. Like I didn't think I would like it as much. Doing 40k D&D what is French Crusades? Like historical stuff? I don't know if I want to get into painting historical moment, dude. French Crusade. 40k would be fun. Dune though, I don't know, dude. I've seen Dune 1 in the movie theaters whenever it came out. I like almost fell asleep. It was the worst thing ever. It was one of the worst movies I've seen in my life. D&D is just expanded WoW because you got more race. I feel like D&D is more like down-to-earth fantasy, which is actually kind of just, I guess, worse than WoW. Because WoW has that plus more. And like also I'm familiar with WoW, and like D&D would be kind of, you know, whenever I'm familiar with setting, like I feel so free. I feel like I'm just so full of ideas. And every time I get thrown into, you know, like an OC or like some kind of universe that I'm not into, for example, like Worldwide more, oh, that sounds like right up my alley, to be honest. Yeah, does sound pretty cool. Aesthetically, it slapped hard. Yeah, I kind of cringed in a lot of things there. They were also pretty upsetting because I basically... It was back in the days where Dave Greco used to stream and he was like fucking praising that movie on his stream, and I'm like, damn, you know, I gotta make my friends go and watch it because Dave's saying it's good means it's gonna be good. So we just sat down and watched it, and like nobody enjoyed it from my friend group, and I was fucking ashamed of myself for even suggesting it. Hello, Farah. I'm trying to be contrarian, but I prefer lower fantasy than high fantasy. I feel like whenever in WoW you have both, it's kind of like it's more interesting. You're also kind of free to interpret it one way or the other, as well. You know, if you feel like it, you can just do like a fucking laser beams and you know fire everywhere, and it's like really interesting and fun. Or you can depict the character in kind of like more chill setting. And I feel like having both at your disposal is better than having just one, you know? Man with strong faith versus demon never get old. Yeah. I mean, I feel like 40k sounds quite similar to 40k. And even WoW used to have like vibes like that too. Now it's quite different. Yeah, nuclear. Exactly. That's how it was. And I was like, God damn it. I trusted in Dave. I mean, yeah, I agree. I agree. But also you boys recommending it as of like, you know, oh, go ahead and check this out and you like it. Bro, it's actually not a question of like if I like it or not. You gotta, you know, understand that for me it would be like a business decision, right? It's like imagine you own a company and you start rebranding with your company. Huge risk, right? What if new people, you know, like your previous customers, like will not like the new brand, or what if you'll just, you know, it will just fail and it will be just worse than the previous one. Look, I actually don't get to just like paint whatever I feel like for fun, because I gotta, even if my personal art, I gotta like attract more people, you know, to my art. So there it is, right? Would rather work on something that sells. Yeah, Eric Villa Studios cannot afford to take risks right now, boys. They have a wife sleeping, they have a unborn uh, parrot coming up to our family, a bird to take care of, wife to take care of, my sister to take care of too when once she gets here. A lot of stuff, right? A lot of people to take care of. A lot of people rely on Eric Villa Studios succeeding. Cannot afford to just clown around. It's crazy windy outside today and it's kind of comfortable. I sit here and I can feel how strong the wind is, yet it doesn't reach me. I'm just sitting here in my cozy setup. It's really nice. Yeah, kind of digging the start of this art, not gonna lie. Might even to like add some. We're gonna add way more hues to this as well. This is like very, very black and white currently. We're gonna add way more. I don't actually want to like over brighten this as well. Just because if I do, like, looks kind of more flat than it should be. Guess I'll be right back. Gonna be attempt to wake up my wife. Actually, second attempt. I already did one, but she was completely irresponsive. Here's the time lapse. Right there.
Yeah, no success, boys. It was a pretty pathetic attempt at waking her up. No success. Alright, let's continue being hungry. Just the Injust Artin. I've been doing teams so far though. Already streaming for what 3.5 hours so far, but I did manage to get done this time. Any productive Saturdays for anybody? Dude, I feel like we're doing really well today. Art-wise, we did all the thumbnails. We're starting on a quick commission. It's going real good, boys. Real good, I'm telling you. We're gonna have to do 2 more thumbnails though soon. Yeah. Let me actually extend the ray of light here. I also like the idea that it's like catching some lens. You'll be able to see them kind of like in very, very high contrast with shadows. You finished all assets for the idle animation and roughened most assets for normal attacks. God damn, that's nice. You're breezing through it. Nice. Berserk scene with the little guy in the cave. I don't recall that. It's been ages since I watched Berserk. But yo, Alo, how you doing, boss? What's new today? Interview. Hey boss, didn't get back to you in the DMs, but I read it all and I was kind of like trying to think of composition for the piece for you. And honestly, only kind of like bar tavern scene kind of like comes to mind, like a fish islands view, if you can imagine that. They would kind of like, wouldn't go 360, but it would go like kind of like around the place. And you would be able to see like all the characters like that. Otherwise, and other than that, I'm just kind of like struggling to think of any other idea to fit so many characters in, you know? Wait, haven't you had a bar scene already? You might have, because I remember you've been showing me like a lot of art. There must be a reason why you didn't do that before. Yeah, I'm already trying to like mentally, you know, come up with compositions for it. Have you had a bar scene art done with them already? Someone remember that vaguely. That you already had something that I kinda was going to paint for you. I don't recall. Yeah, please do, that would be nice. Yep. Like, I'm gonna get back to you in the DMs, and then, I mean, the next step is I'm gonna just do a bunch of thumbnails. I actually did a few sets of thumbnails today already for different commissions. We did this one. Actually, like, nothing too, like, crazy cool about them or anything. Just, like, this is kind of what I'm doing now. Just, like, up to, like, 4, sometimes even, like, 6 thumbnails for you to choose from. Might even explore different ideas. Let's say one for the bar piece and another one for, I don't know, like a town street or some kind of thing. Oh yeah, I can imagine. But yeah, I wouldn't mind working on a big piece like that. In fact, actually quite nice would be to like figure out what I will not be able to do. This actually might be too much. You like that, bro? Yeah. Also digging the spooky vibes. It's actually very entertaining trying to like emulate realistic lighting. Not something that I'm commonly doing in my art. Any prog? Indeed. Ikaro. Hey boss, how you doing? Got back from a big national Pokemon card competition? God damn. Did you win? Shafted by the judge so hard considering quitting the entire thing? Shafted by the judge, so what do you mean? What do you mean shafted? What does that mean? Do you have some crazy rare cards? I'm not into Pokemon card game myself, but I've I know that people like obsess over collecting cards. There are like some super expensive ones and shit. Theft. What is it like a subjective thing? Would the how can judge like affect the outcome of the game that much? Unless it's subjective, you know, like they gotta like give you points or something. Oh, no, it's a Vulpira frog. In Vulpira Heritage armor for a while. When the judges that are supposed to overseeing my results signing gave the thumbs up to the system didn't register the win. Turned to loss by default. What? Alright, that is just kind of just negligence. God damn. Yeah, it must be super frustrating. Would you have won otherwise, Kuro? Like, did it actually affect like the outcome of like the whole thingy, or? Damn, dude, that sucks. Hey, so did that happen to you? Must be crazy frustrating to like. I know I would have been fuming if that has happened to me. Alright, this is looking good so far. But it's kind of already late. It's like 6 p.m. and I haven't eaten anything yet. So I'm probably gonna go, boys. Gonna go chill out, do some other things, and yeah, we're gonna finish this out tomorrow and do much more stuff as well. We've done progress on this. Damn, this is looking crisp. Really loving this. We did some thumbnails. And we literally started this one, which, dude, 2 hours on this? This looking already quite realistic. Excited to see where I can bring it to tomorrow. Alright, boys. See ya. Thank you for watching. See ya, Dirks. Bye-bye.